Good morning, traders. Today is Thursday, May 13th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, I'm getting started a little late here, so I'll just blow through this very quickly. Essentially, we are in a downtrend as a market. Value has been lower the last few sessions. Okay, consistently. Overnight was lower than regular trading hours. Regular trading hours was lower than overnight, and so on and so forth. Okay, so last night, the overnight market sold off down below the levels that the regular trading hours did. That is bearish. Okay, they were looking for price exploration lower. Okay, when they pulled back up, they also found resistance without even getting to the POC from last night. Okay, so point blank, that's just bearish to me because they wanted to explore further prices down. And when they came to recover, they did recover all the way back up to here, but actually making them net long, right? Because they opened down here. However, they're finding that resistance right at our POC, right in this node of volume. So what I'm looking for here today is chop at the open. We are opening inside the previous day's range, opening inside the previous day's value area, and just a few bucks away from the previous day's POC. All of that indicates to me that the market is likely to just chop, to just rotate and balance and push up and down, at least for the first half an hour to hour of the day today. So there probably won't be a lot of opportunities first thing in the day. That being said, to me, any upside potential would have to first break this node of volume right here from yesterday's trade. Okay, we're around where the POC is for yesterday. Let's just let that load on up. While the market profile is loading, we'll just jump over to the regular candlesticks. This is the SPX on the daily. So you can see yesterday we pulled down basically almost to the 50 moving average. Okay, 50 moving average is very commonly support. It acted as support the last time we tested it. However, the time before that, it acted as support on the first touch, the second touch, the third touch, and then it broke. Okay, and when it broke, it had to find support on a trend line below. So just keeping that in mind, the first touch it held as support, but if we keep poking at it, we're likely to push through. We've also got this gap below us here on the SPX right there, which to fill would take us down to around 40.20. Okay, so that's just one more little nuance to put in the back of your mind. In terms of whether this is bearish or bullish, it's neither. It's just a good spot to figure out what the future holds, right? If the market bounces off the, pushes higher today, great. We found support on the 50. We can keep pushing higher. If it doesn't, if it breaks through, then we know we have further downside continuation. Okay, so back to the profile. Oh man, look at that. Okay, so we are already up above the balancing area, or sort of the area around the POC where we did a lot of balancing yesterday. Okay, that's bullish for an opening drive. Internals opening bullish. Okay, remember, there's probably going to be chop, so I expect the market, even though we got this bullish push right from the open, I expect the market to retrace, put in more volume down here at some point. Good morning to Mediterra. First one in the chat this morning. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Trading Donkey is back with us. Arthur is here. Good to see you. Philip M. Welcome, my friend. Carlos, good morning to you. I'm doing well. How are you? RK Leon, Welcome. Robert is back with us. Good morning, Robert. And Jamie, good morning to you. I know that this conversation was just a joke, but it's actually a perfect conversation for like the difference between experienced traders and unexperienced traders. Not that I'm calling trading donkey unexperienced, but just for the sake of the silliness of the conversation. Like trading donkey says, like, morning to all but bears. And then Mediterra asks, like, well, what's wrong with the bears? And then Trading Donkey's like, they're vicious killing machines. And then Mediterra's like, nah, they just help things go up. It really does describe a difference in the way that people look at markets. Some people look at the price pulling down like this as a negative thing, and like the participants are out to get them or doing something mean or whatever. But as a trader, it's really just an opportunity to make money going short instead of going long, and it strengthens the market overall. It makes the market stronger. So, yeah, just funny. Everything's perspective in life. All right. Well, they're pushing it first thing in the morning. Again, guys, just a reminder for those of you feeling the FOMO. Lots of thin volume down here. Got 77 contracts. Ironically, at price point 40.77. 93 contracts just below that. So this will likely need to pull back down and put in a bit more volume here. We're testing the first set of single prints. We had 3 sets of single prints left behind yesterday. Any one of them, once repaired, to repair single prints, you don't have to get 2 ticks past them. You just have to get to the first tick. So once we get there, does that bring in sellers for the rotation back down? Good morning to Hi, Armando. Lamus is back with us. Arthur, that's 100% right. Pullbacks shake out the weaker hands buyers, and they bring in the stronger hands buyers. Why are those buyers stronger hands? Because they got to buy it at a discount. So they're almost instantly in profits and feeling good. Jack is back with us today. Welcome. Correct, Jamie. Yesterday was a triple distribution. Bam! Well, they got through it with some force. Okay, we got through. Man, that resistance was both the single prints and the halfback from yesterday. Pushed right through it. I would still caution people. I don't want to keep you out of a trade, but I would still caution people from FOMOing into a long here, just because we're 7 minutes into the day here. You often get chop when you open in the previous day's range. Chop would be defined by the market pulling its way all the way back down here to the open and then pushing up again. So if you want to go long here, that's fine, but just make sure you're prepared for a pullback all the way down to the open. Huh. All right. Well, looking at the overnight expanded out kind of changes the way I feel about it a little bit, which is that they opened here, they tried to push higher, found resistance before getting to our POC. Then they had a massive sell off. Looks like probably when Europe opened. They had a massive sell off, which took them all the way down to these levels. They created good excess, good taper on the low. Then they did a little tiny bit of balancing down here and then pushed right back up into the range and got right back to those highs, which is where they finished. So that kind of tells me that that could have been an exploration. That could have been a look below of our range that failed, right? Didn't need to come down here to do business. There was business to be done up here at these levels where the POC is. So that could be seen as bullish. Hard to say, though. I love it, Lamus. I will wait to see who's in control. That's a way to do it. That's how you do it to it. So once again, the thing that stands out to me is the super, super thin volume down here around the 76, 77 level. News Blip's not waiting on the sidelines. He hit that like button. Thank you, brother. As always, please hit that thumbs up. It helps me out. Trading Donkey also very legal? Is that the right? Is that the word you were looking for? Legal? Welcome, Born Thor. Good to see you. I guess you're right, Trading Donkey. That's very legal. That's a very legal thing. Thank you, Arthur. Appreciate you. Oh, I get the joke. I thought it was like a typo. I get it. Oh yes, Brett. Okay, well they found support in this little node temporarily, and it looks like they're trying to push it, push it, push it. Getting some short covering probably. Um, yeah. Don't even get me started on the Elon Musk thing, man. Don't even get me started. Literally, when watching Saturday Night Live, and he made the comment that Dogecoin is just like a big scam or whatever he said. I turned to my girlfriend and I was like, "Well, that's it. The price of Dogecoin is going to fucking tank." And then like the next day, it only dropped like 20% or something like that. Which for those of you that follow crypto, 20% is nothing. Um, that's like the prep before the drop. Um, and so I turned to her and I literally said, I was like, "I bet you Elon Musk is pissed that he didn't tank the market more." And then like what, 4 or 5 days later, he drops that Bitcoin news to tank the market. I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction that at some point in the future, he's going to come out and say either Tesla is creating their own cryptocurrency or that they have figured out how to mine Bitcoin without using as much electricity or something like that. And it'll just so happen that they were buying up Bitcoin during the drop. This is my prediction. Yeah, Jamie, the guy has become a master manipulator. I mean, he's become an expert at controlling a large populace of people by just sending tweets. Okay, so we got some divergence here between the NQ and the ES. NQ a little bit weaker. Lamus. Thank you for remembering. Yeah, it actually comes today. I should check that tracking number. Hopefully we'll have some smooth sailing starting tomorrow. On the high seas of finance. Ahoy, me hearties. I love it when I accidentally walk into a ship reference. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that side hustle is really the right term, but yeah, I think it's just like you're Elon Musk, right? Like you're, you know, some people see him as like the savior of the human race. They see him as like a holier than thou figure. You know, why not fuck around with people? Why not have some fun and see how you can control the world and make mass numbers of people do what you say. Even when you say it in like a ridiculous, jokey way, they still just do whatever you say. I'd be playing with that too. All right, so once again, we drifted back down into the support that we were creating down here around this 88, 89 level, and then got another push higher. So that's bullish. Internals are bullish. Again, NASDAQ a little bit weaker, but nothing to worry about there. What we don't yet know is whether this is new money buying or just a liquidation of the shorts, right? Are they just covering their shorts to get flat again, and that's what's giving us this push? Or is this new buyers stepping in here? Jamie, that's another great example of how he has manipulated the market. A lot of the upward pressure that Tesla has had to face, has had to face a lot of the upward pressure that the Tesla has had, that the underlying buyers pile on, so the price doesn't go down, and then eventually those shorts, these massive, massive shorts, have to exit their positions, which pushes the stock price higher. So he's like a vacuum for investment dollars that just want to participate. Some hate him, some love him, are obsessed with him, but everybody wants to put their money behind him in one fashion or another. And the end result just be that stonk only goes up. Okay. Five minutes from printing the B period. I think it's safe to assume we're going to get one time framing higher. We've given the internals time to settle, and they remain bullish. So all of this feels very bullish to me. I wouldn't enter a long trade until we pulled back down to support. But I think when we do, there might be some opportunities. Trading Donkey. You think this morning somebody started the new program? Okay, one time framing here in the B period. Just pulled the value area higher as well. Value area is now overlapping to higher than yesterday. We see that as either neutral or bullish, leading to sideways movement or higher. The fact that the market can't get any kind of pullback here, you notice every time it tries to push down, it immediately gets bought up. That is a sign of new buyers stepping in. So I think this is a strong trend. When you're one time framing and you have a strong trend, sometimes you just get into the position. Sometimes you don't get a good pullback. So you just take whatever pullback you can get. and then you look for the cessation of one-time framing. T-Spot in space. Thank you kindly. I appreciate you saying so. Welcome. I wouldn't be trying to short NQ probably. Let me take a look. But I don't know that you want to short it if it's this bullish, the market. Man, NQ is sold off so hard. Okay. Man, it's interesting how much different NQ is moving than ES. Look at their overnight. Their overnight was much stronger. They didn't quite have as much price exploration below yesterday's low. Okay, so look for support on a pullback in the NQ around this node of volume at 13,154. And then start to get bearish on it if it gets below the opening price at 13,120. In my humble opinion, looks like they need to backfill some volume in here around the 13,168 level. Here on the ES, it's 1404-ish is a little area that needs some backfilling. Only 80 contracts traded. And then if you pull back further, just start looking at these little nodes of pink volume. Any of those could be support. Otherwise, the super thin volume areas probably need to backfill. But it's all still very bullish. Well, Chris, the big resistance, I mean, the three sets of single prints were all resistance, and we blew right through them. So the next major resistance that I see is going to be just above the high of yesterday. Basically, you got this node of volume from the overnight, the night before last, and then all this volume from yesterday. I'm so sorry, from 2 days ago. Those two sets of volume will act as resistance. But it's a recovery. You know, people get exuberant, emotions take over, they get irrational, and they push markets. So let's just take it one step at a time, and we'll take each signpost as we get there. What happens when we get to the high? What happens when we get through the overnight POC, when we get through the POC from the 11th, so on and so forth. Let's just take it one step at a time. In the meantime, we're just trying to build up buyers for the next push. Lamus, let's look at your trade. Short 13,205. Okay, right about where we are now. Yeah. If you're looking for a quick scalp back into this volume node around 13,185, I think that's fair. But I often, when the market is trending one direction, I always have a rule that I only trade in the direction of the trend just because shorts are harder. You know what I mean? Like there's still chances to make money. The market will push higher. It'll have to pull back. So yeah, you could try to bite that little pullback. But it just, I personally have found my trades have much more success rate if I trade with the trend. If I go in the same direction the market is trying to go. But do what works for you. If it's putting money in your pocket, keep it up. Okay, only 8 contracts at the high. That's likely to get revisited. We still haven't come down and put any more volume in this level at 4104 with only 80 contracts. If we're bulls, we want that to happen in the next 4 minutes, because if the C period prints and then the C period has to come back down here to backfill, we're likely to get the cessation of one time framing. All right, creating a poor high here in the C period. Oh, repaired. The one time framing higher continues. We've now got all these single prints. So you guys know what I'm about to say. Oftentimes, the market will pull back and backfill these single prints. We've also got that little node of very low volume right here at the base of the single prints. So that's sort of two potential signals to pull us down to here. And if it got down there, it could get the cessation of one time framing, leading to rotation. So that's the key level to watch down there. But as of now, the market continues to trend higher. Internals still bullish. All right, guys, so here we go, backfilling some of these single prints left behind from the B period. Ticks starting to creep into the bearish territory, starting to get a little bit of a momentum to the downside. So this little node, literally where we are right now at about 4110, that's the first potential support for the next push higher. If we break through this node of volume, I would say we need to fill the single prints back down to the B period low, and then we will just be within a breath of the cessation of one time framing. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. Okay, well, we found support in that node of volume, and now we're taking another push. We're going to push it, see what we can get. I am starting to notice that the ticks look like they're trending down. Okay, if that continues, I would suspect another attempt at filling these single prints. All right, the candlesticks here and the internals are starting to look like they want to roll over. Okay. So I am expecting a little bit, is because this trend is continuing, the downtrend in the ticks. I am expecting we're going to go down and try to take a stab at filling these single prints. Feels like the market's running out of steam here. Could be wrong. We could get that one big tick that just pushes us back up and gets the momentum going again, but it's starting to feel like it's running out of steam. Phoenix, yeah, the fact that the base of those single prints happen to be right at the base of the B period is very disappointing. But you trust overall momentum, right? On a day that the market is trending higher, it's okay to buy at the POC because that the POC is just the fairest price to do business. So if the market is continuing to push higher, the POC itself will move higher. So you could buy it here on the pullback, which maybe now we're not going to get because we did just get that. There it is, the giant green tick that pushes us back into momentum. But let's say hypothetically it had come down here. You could buy it at the POC with the assumption that the day is going to continue to trend higher and that the POC will get pulled higher throughout the day. So you're like technically buying below the POC for what it will be in a few hours. But the fact that it's the cessation of one time framing as well makes it a tricky entry. Now, if it was me, I would have bought here. Okay. And then I would have just known I got to sit in that trade during the rotation down, right? So you get the cessation of one time framing, market rotates down to here, maybe even below value, whatever, like, and then you got to wait for the rotation back up. And then, at the POC, you got to wait for it to cross through and push higher before you can take profits. So it's not a good entry if it's going to be a rotational day, but on a trend day it would be. That being said, the momentum continues, right? The uptrend remains intact. Feels like the market is just looking for stronger resistance. That's probably going to be just above the high of yesterday, right? As I said, you got these nodes of volume in the overnight here and here. just around that prominent POC. And then likewise for the regular trading hours from 2 days ago, the POC, and then all this volume, right? So let's see how it reacts when it gets up into there. Elements, when I say stuff like that, like that's the tick that pushed us higher. I don't mean literally the fact that the tick went higher brought in buyers. I just mean that the tick going higher is showing us that the buyers are stepping in, right? These ticks are moving in real time with the people buying and selling the underlying assets. So that as that tick is pushing higher and higher and you get that big green tick, it just means there's a bunch of people who are buying right then at that moment. So it doesn't mean the tick did it. It means the buying did it, but we just see it in the ticks. I hope that clarifies. Okay, but it still kind of looks like they want to roll over here. Let's see if these higher prices start bringing in more buyers. Backfilling this with pink volume up in here. Sorry for those of you listening in your car, up in here around the 41.21 level. Okay, printing the D period, leaving some more single prints behind from the C. Once again, those are likely to get backfilled. Okay, well, the single prints from the C period are backfilled. We've just pulled the POC higher. That's bullish. So again, earlier today I was talking, like, could I buy, if we filled these single prints, could I go long here? On a trend day I can, because we'll pull the POC higher. Right, there it is. Beautiful when you talk about something that it happens minutes later. All right, well, keep in mind if the D period comes down here, if this little node of volume at 4111, if that can't hold as support, the market will likely trade down to fill the single prints left behind in the B period, and that would cause the cessation of one time framing. The early cessation of one time framing increases the odds the market would go rotational. So what would that look like? Probably because, we found support in this area and this area. I would say that the low of the value area is probably going to be the lower end of the rotation. So it'll come down here and find support, rotate back up to the POC. And then once again, as I mentioned before, at some point in the day, I think we probably go up and test yesterday's high. And then that area just above there becomes the resistance that pushes us back down to the POC. Okay. But that's me making a guess early. We haven't quite gotten that cessation just yet. Always a chance to find support at 4111 here. All right, guys. Well, the trend is officially over. That is the cessation of one time framing. So I'm now looking for the single prints to fill down to this level at 4104 and then see what the market does from there. Okay, you can see the downtrend in the ticks continues and that the other internals are rolling over. Ron coming in hot this morning. What the fuck is this chart? It's the Matrix, dude. You're looking at the Matrix here. This is the whole universe. And I can visually see what's happening over here. This is children playing in a park. Over here, this is a butterfly flying for the first time. No, I'm just kidding. What you're looking at here is market profile software. It's basically the exact same information as you would see normally on a candlestick chart. It's just displayed in 3 dimensions here so that we can see time, price, and volume all at the same level, right? It's just a 3-dimensional view of the normal candlesticks. You are the one, Ron. You are the one. Nix the Trader is back with us. Welcome, my friend. Yeah, I think yesterday's high. I don't know how much rotation we're going to need to do before we get up there, but that seems like the resistance to me, just above there. But as of right now, I'm not worried about that just yet. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on rotation, right? So the market created a cessation of one time framing. We have the weak reference below, which is these single prints. We also have this random node right here at 4104, which only has 80 contracts in it. So to me, the most likely thing for the market to do is to push down, fill these single prints, and then put some volume in on this little node. So then I'll reevaluate what's the market going to do from there. Rotate back up to the POC. Is it going to push lower and look for support? Maybe down here at the halfback, so on and so forth, right? I take it one step at a time. HU Austin, I don't teach it. Like, I don't have any courses, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have here during the live stream. Andy, it's about $300 for the software and the data feed together. All right, stepped away for a second. Now I'm back. Yeah, so resources for learning about market profile and how to trade it. The best one, in my opinion, is Jim Dalton. You can find him at jimdaltontrading.com, or he's on Twitter as Jim Dalton. Actually, maybe he's on Twitter as Jim Dalton Trading as well. If you just look for Jim Dalton, you'll find him. He also wrote a couple books. I recommend the second of the books. I mean, both books are great and worth reading if you're just a person who loves to read. But the second of the two books has all the information that you really need to start with. And that one's called Markets in Profile. So just Markets in Profile by Jim Dalton. That's a great book. You could also go to his website and take courses. That's how I learned. I started by reading his book, and then I found it interesting, but the concepts didn't really sit with me. So I went back, took a course. After his first course, I realized I loved the way he thinks, and I love the way he looks at markets. But I still had no fucking clue how to read the profile. So I took another course, and then I kind of started to wrap my mind around it. So it's not something you can just like quickly read a thing or quickly take an online class and you'll instantly be able to do it. Like learning to read candlesticks, it takes years of experience to really master it. But yeah, Markets and Profile is a good book. If not, jimdaltontrading.com, and he's got all sorts of educational resources there. Also Shadow Trader, the YouTube page Shadow Trader. Once a week, he does like a weekly video where he gives like an update on the market, and he often talks about market profile and talks about some of the nuances and things like that. I've learned a lot from him over the years. Do I think we're going higher to yesterday's highs? Or are sellers totally in control? Well, sellers are definitely not totally in control, as the market can't even fill the single prints, which is very obvious. There's definitely, the sellers have no control right now. So yes, I do think it's possible, right? I'm not making a prediction that we're going to get to the high of yesterday. I'm merely commenting that if we rotate, that the area above the high is the strongest resistance. Okay? So if the market gets up to that high, that's where the resistance will be met that pushes us back down. That's what I'm talking about for that level. I have no idea whether or not we'll get there today, right? I have to take it one step at a time. Right now, the market is rotational. So I'm just expecting it to go up and then come back down and then go down and then come back up and then go up and then come back down and then go down and then come back up. That's all I expect for this moment. I don't know where the highs will be. I don't know where the lows will be. I'm trading it rotationally, which is I take much more short-term trades. When the market is below the POC, I go long, and when it's above, I go short. Okay? But yes, I do think the high of yesterday is within range. It's doable today. Essentially, the idea is the story that I'm telling myself in my mind is that we are bouncing off the 200. We're bouncing off the 50 moving average on the daily. Right? Let me just pull that up real quick. Okay, so the market got very, very ahead of itself in this bullish move higher. These are the daily candles, okay? And we can tell because of how much distance there became between the 20 moving average and the 50, and the 50 moving average. You can see throughout the rest of the time over the last few months, those two have been much closer to each other, right? But then we got they started to get a much bigger gap between them. So when that happens, that's a sign that the market is overbought. Okay, that it's got itself a little bit too long and it needs to pull back. A very, very common retracement level that the market will pull back to and then find support. It did it here, broke through those ones, did it here. Okay, it's a very, very common level for the market to retrace to and then find support is that 50 moving average. Okay, so when I look at the overnight inventory for last night and the way that it traded by expanding out the profile, right? They came right up into our area where we were doing business yesterday and found resistance. So essentially, they weren't convinced. The market was not convinced that it was ready to push higher. It was not convinced that it found support at that 50 moving average. Okay? But then it sold off down to here into where that average is on the futures contracts. Okay? And then it immediately rose back up to its POC, to that fairest price to do business. So that tells me that this was not a good place to do business. That down here, the market was too cheap. The buyers came in and they bought it up as quickly as they could. It was on discount and they wanted it. Okay? So that seems strong to me because of that. So the fact that we opened today, I did not expect this when we opened. I expected us to rotate back down, find support, then try a push higher. But the fact that we were this bullish straight out of the gate with this much excess means that there is a new auction taking place. This previous downward auction is over, and that a new auction is taking place to the upside. So now that we're rotational, okay, we're giving the market an opportunity to catch up to us and to recognize the value is higher and that they should be trading long. So it seems completely reasonable that at some point today, did we fill that? Okay, there's the fill of the single print. Oh, there's one more single print left. They missed one letter. Right where that 80 contracts is that I'm dying to backfill. So now the idea is as the market rotates, we just pulled the POC down. That's bearish. As the market rotates, it's building support. As it goes up and it comes back down and it goes up and it's building support. It's building momentum. It's essentially convincing the participants that there's no more downside continuation, that the market is ready to go the other way. So it would make sense to me that we rotate for a good part of the day. And then at some point we start testing higher prices. It could be in a late day spike. We might not get there till tomorrow. We might just rotate all day. Okay, so next potential support on the downside as the market rotates down. You got the halfback right here at 40.98. Okay, that could become support. If not, you got these little nodes of volume right here at 40.92 and 40.89. Okay, those could become support for the rotation back up. As a reminder, I love to buy the market on a rotational day when it gets below value. So assuming the D period does pass through the halfback and continues lower, if it doesn't pull the value area with it, I'll be looking for longs. All right, let's just take a quick look at the NQ here. NQ looking weaker than the ES. It's about to test what it had a poor low that it created here in the D period. So it's going to go down and try to repair that. Does that bring in further selling, or do you find support? You got this area of volume right here from the overnight around 13,055. You got the POC from yesterday just below that, so any of this area here could become support for rotation back up to the POC. Also, the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles right here, that could act as support. All right, so potential support for the NASDAQ is going to be right here on that 20 moving average. Let's see if that can hold. Still trending down in the ticks here. Complete rollover of the internals. So now we're looking for the market to find support and rotate back up to the POC. Doesn't look like the halfback is going to hold. So the next support I'd see are just these little random nodes of pink volume. All the way down into where yesterday's POC is. All right, Brett, thanks for stopping by, brother. We'll see you next time. Okay, so it looks like the ES is trying to rotate back up to the POC and that the NQ could potentially be finding support on that 20. We'll see if that can hold. All right, so there's the rotation back to the POC. And now we start over again. Do we rotate back down or do we rotate up? The market is in rotation. As I said, it's just going to push up and down and grind around while it's bringing in support. It's convincing the participants that the overnight low was the low. Okay, so the market seems to be hitting resistance, trying to get above the POC here, increasing the odds in my mind that we need to rotate back down, find support again, and then give it another go. Okay, so in the F period here, we just pulled the POC a little bit lower. That's slightly bearish, right? And the market continues to rotate. We are still holding as support on the 20 moving average here on the NASDAQ. But keep in mind, every time we poke away at that level, it's getting weaker and weaker, okay? The downtrend in the tick remains. So the market is just drifting lower here, looking for that support, looking for those buyers to step in. So far, they're not really stepping in with any size. What does that mean? It means the market's got to put it on discount, got to go on sale here in the form of a pullback, and then look for the buyers. As I mentioned before, for the ES, I think the POC from yesterday, this general area, should act as strong support. And I wouldn't really get bearish unless we got below the opening price of the day. As long as we stay inside this A period range, I think we can find support anywhere and just rotate right back to the POC. Okay? There you go. Pulled the POC right back up. Nothing to worry about here. All right, we seem to be breaking this downtrend in the ticks a little bit here. Bringing in some bulls. Getting the rotation higher. So now I'm looking for resistance. Where does the market find resistance? That causes the rotation back down to the POC. The other thing to keep an eye on is, because we put so much volume in up here, if the market pushes its way up here, we may pull the POC up higher. Okay, so those are the two things I'm watching now. Resistance, that could cause a push back down, or the market spending enough time up here that we pull the POC up to here. Phoenix, thank you for the update, brother, on the Amazon deal. I appreciate that. Okay, so for those of you playing the home game, we rotated up here into the F period, into this node of volume, found resistance, then rotated back down to the POC. Now we're taking another stab at it to the upside. If we break through this little bit of resistance that we're finding here around the 4110-ish level in this volume, the next resistance I see will be right up here at 4116.75-ish. Okay, this area here will act as the next node of resistance for a rotation to the POC. You know me. Design knob, it's an interesting question because, as we discussed earlier, what's happening right now is balance, right? The market had excess yesterday with this giant push lower, and we are now creating balance, right? And so the question is, how will we break out of this balance, this rotational day? And honestly, it could go either way. There's no reason it has to go higher or lower. And we won't know until we get to that breakout. I will say, though, in my opinion, the breakout will be to the upside. If you made me vote right now, I would guess upside. But I would guess it knowing it's like 50-50 odds. It could really break out either direction. Until then, just rinse and repeat. Buy above the POC, take profits at the POC. I'm sorry, sell above the POC, take profits at the POC. Buy below it, take profits at it. Just keep playing that game. Raking in the money while the market figures out where it wants to go next. Yeah, it's a fair point, Trading Donkey, and it could be the reason why we end up breaking to the downside to go down there. Excuse me, to go down there and retest those levels that the overnight traded. But the only other thing I would say is it's not like we haven't traded in these levels before in the regular trading hours. We just did it like, I don't have the back data to show where, but we just did it a while ago, right? We just did it a month ago or 2 months ago. And when we did, we built up strong support at the low end of a balance area, which was also the base of a single print. So that's two references that act as support when the market retraces back down. The regular trading hours basically found support just above that, which is bullish because it's not exact. We don't want it to be totally exact. It's a couple ticks away. So that's bullish that we found support there. So I'm just choosing to look at the overnight as being the test below that failed, and now the market knows it wants to go higher. And the reason I think that is because we got no pullback at all at the open. So somebody knew something and started buying very, very quickly. Okay, they could be wrong, and the market pulls its way back down here, but I'm going to trust that they're right at the moment. Okay, we pulled the POC higher to where the volume POC has been. That makes sense. So now if the range gets narrower and narrower, then it'll bring the value area tighter and tighter. It'll make the box smaller, making it easier to take trades where you get to sell above value and buy below. I am front running that though. Just guessing what we'll see in a few hours here. All right, let's pop over and take a look at the NQ very quickly. Oh yeah, it's rotating. The NQ looking beautifully rotational. Now the NQ's POC I would trust is staying where it is. So you look for the rotations up above towards the like 13,169 area. Then you find resistance in this node of volume at 13,180-ish. And then look for the rotation back to the POC. Back to the ES. Family Man is long the ES. John, if you've been longs for the last 10 years, yep, now's a great time to trade. You are definitely up. You are definitely in the money. All right, guys. Well, this rotational day is getting a little boring for me, and I do have a bunch of other stuff to work on. So I'm going to go ahead and pop up the Charles is away banner down here on the bottom. So if you guys have questions, enter them into the chat, and other members of the community will jump in there and try to answer them as best they can. And I'll just keep popping in from time to time to give updates on what I see happening. But otherwise, I'm going to go quiet here and just kind of let the market grind around. Happy trading, everyone. Okay, so the market trading below the POC once again, working its way down, looking for support. Same as before, the halfback could act as support. We're about to bump up against that right now, actually. The halfback could act as support here for the rotation back up. Although it is noteworthy that the 20 moving average on the NASDAQ is no longer holding as support. As we said earlier, the more times you poke at it, the weaker it gets. So you do pass up and down through it on rotational days, so it's nothing to freak out that much about, but it could cause the ES to sell off a little further as it continues to explore, lower prices. But then I would expect, because the 20 moving average acted as support on the NQ with the first touch, I would expect the same from the ES. So you got support potentially with the halfback here at 40.98, okay, or with the 20 moving average, and in a worst case scenario, trading down into these volume nodes at around 40.88. Okay. The market remains rotational. Dips below value remain buyable. Joshua, the only instance I could think of for that is if I might get the cessation of one time framing in the next period. Like if we're trending higher. For example, in the B period, we had a bunch of single prints that we had left behind here. And so I would have been hesitant to, that's not a good example. Anyway, pretty much the answer is no. I'll buy whenever I want to buy. But yeah, if we're at the higher low of a previous time period and it's like a few minutes, like right now, if let's say we were down here at the low of the G period and we 1 minute from printing the new TPO, and this was going to be the cessation of one time framing, I might just wait till it prints, then see what happens. But otherwise, nope, just get into the trade as soon as I recognize it. One thing that is worth noting in the half an hour changeover periods, which we're about to get in 1 minute, oftentimes the market does like a little quick pop move. It does like a little jump around. And I think that's just like algorithms that are programmed to activate at the half an hour. And so sometimes this isn't a solid thing that I've figured out and it's certain and it always happens, but I feel like you can kind of tell what's going to happen based on that initial little pop that you get, right? We didn't get it here today, but right at the half an hour mark, sometimes you get a little movement and it kind of tells you whether the next move is going to be higher or lower. But I haven't observed that enough to comment on it intelligently. Okay, POC being pulled lower here. I will say if the POC gets pulled below the halfback, that would significantly increase the odds of further downside continuation. That would be very bearish. Yeah, great observation, Joshua. The POC does often move at the half an hour because you're printing that new letter. Okay, well, here comes the bears. Dun, 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 dun. Sell it. Sell it. Creating a weak H period low here. So again, I'm thinking the 20 moving average could act as support. Okay, the tempo here, as the market is kind of grinding around in this area, is starting to feel like it might be setting up uh, for a bigger move. It could be a liquidation break if the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles can't hold. It may cause some selling back towards the open, fill some of these A period single prints. Or if it does find support here, a rotation back up towards the highs. Are the candlesticks trending down or trending up? We just don't know. Okay, there's the repair right up against that moving average. Okay, so the liquidation is looking for support. Seems like it's still kind of fighting with this moving average. You've got halfback from yesterday right here at about 40.90 where the single prints were. A little bit of support there. If not, down here into yesterday's range, into the area where most of the trade took place, where all the red candles are. That's the next area of support. And like I said earlier, I wouldn't start getting really bearish unless we got below the open. Until then, I would assume any liquidation will rotate back up to the POC. All right, so classic liquidation break happening here in the market. That first support, the halfback from yesterday, held in the initial fall, but then was penetrated on the next drop. So we're looking for the market to find support in the area yesterday where we spent most of the time and most of the volume. Good question, Joshua. Fair question. The way I would have played it personally, I would have had my limit order at that halfback mark. Then when the market pushed back up off of it, which it did initially, I would have put my stop loss a couple ticks above break even, just quickly dragged it up there. And then I either would have gotten stopped out on the way down for like a tiny profit, couple bucks, or I would have recognized that it wasn't going to go any higher and exited at market wherever. It's what Jim Dalton calls a fast trade. So again, this liquidation break, just trying to go back and backfill some of the single prints in the A period. If we break down into that area of volume from yesterday that the arrows point to, we could find support anywhere in there for the rotation back to the POC. Market only gets really bearish if it gets below the open. Yeah, am correct. If the POC gets pulled below the halfback, that would also be bearish. But the market would have to spend a few hours down here to do that at this point. So far, still it's functioning like a regular liquidation break. Oh man, I just got back to my seat. Surprise! All right, so it was just a liquidation break. Rotated back up to the POC. Remember that liquidation breaks strengthen a market. They shake out the weak hands buyers and they bring in stronger hands buyers who were able to buy at a discount. And the market continues to rotate. Okay, we are trending higher in the ticks here since the dip, the liquidation break low. Just created a weak J period high. If the ticks can keep this upward trend like this, they might be able to have a breakout to the upside from this rotational range. Let's see how it does when it gets above value here. Does it start to bring in volume? Does this start to turn pink and reddish in here? If so, they might be building up for the breakout. If not, look for a rotation back to the POC. Okay, so that was the flutter I was mentioning before. Did you guys see it right when the K period printed? Little quick bounce. Jonathan, good day. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, man. POC, you know me. Always comes back. I agree. I really thought myself at the end of the day yesterday that we were going to have a bloodbath. I'm quite surprised that we got this bounce. But we take what the market gives us. We are open to, the information from the market's perspective. It found good support. It was happy with that 50 daily moving average. Brought in enough buyers that now we are building up support. We're building up balance so that we can create more excess to the upside or downside, but probably upside. Philip, you think today's a dead cat bounce? Could be. Could be. I don't know, though. Let's think about how the overnight traders, let's imagine that today our market closes at the POC. How are the overnight traders going to react to that? Okay. Well, they opened here and they closed up here. So we know a majority of the volume is going to be long the market. Right? They had to be long to get from here to here. So there's more longs than shorts in the overnight. And they, if we close at our POC, would open to a giant gap higher. And a gap that has also in the regular trading hours this liquidation break, shaking out all the weak hands. So I don't know. I think if I was an overnight trader, I'd be trusting that and going long. So you might get a counter auction as they take profits. Maybe they even try to fill the gap. That's possible too for them, right? Down to here. But either way, they would wake up, excited and bullish. The one thing I was going to mention, the liquidation break pulled the value area so that it was overlapping to higher than yesterday, which is a little nuance that says the market will either go sideways or up tomorrow. But now it looks like it's building up enough volume up here. It's going to break out to be higher value, which is bullish. All right, so the NASDAQ is finding support on its 20 moving average for a potential push higher. We are maintaining the uptrend in the ticks. So this could set us up for the breakout. We'll know it's a breakout if we start to build up volume above value. Also, for the real market profile nerds out there, this is a prominent POC for the regular trading hours. And ironic, I find, the location of this POC in that in the first couple time periods, as a matter of fact, until the D time frame, I was annoyed by the fact that there was only like 80 contracts that traded at this exact level. And I was like, man, the market needs to go back and spend some more time there. And it spent more time there than anywhere else. 10 points to Phoenix for his crystal ball moment. Already working on it, my friends. New swag coming soon. I've been working on a lot of t-shirt ideas, so they'll be out in a while, probably next week. Donkey, I will make that one. That's a good one. You never ever fight one time framing. I should make a whole series of shirts about not fighting one time framing. What do I see right here? Well, I'm not quite seeing as much volume as I'd like above value. So yeah, that increases the odds of the rotation back down. Might not make it to the POC. It might find support on the 20 moving average. The uptick, the trend in the uptick is still there. So until that breaks, it still has the potential to break out. But I'd like to see it build up some volume up in here first, and then I'd expect it. All right. Well, while the market's trying to figure out if it can break out, looks like it's going to need to pull back and give it another stab. I thought I'd happily announce to everyone that during the liquidation break, I received a package in the mail with a 2-part pass-through gigabyte Powerline starter kit. It literally says on the box, ideal for 4K streaming and lag-free gaming. Suffice to say, ladies and gentlemen, I think tomorrow it should be smooth sailing on the high seas. Yes, that's what I said that out loud. Anyway, a less cheesy version of that. The internet should work good. Okay, it appears that the market is not bringing in enough buyers here. So we'll have to pull back to some support. We've got all this volume over here in these red candles. Anywhere in here could become support. And then also that 20 moving average seems to be lining up pretty close to where the POC is. So maybe it pulls down into there. Gets into this little node of volume just below the POC here at 4101. Just waiting once again on that trend in the ticks to break. Yeah, Jonathan, I think if it's going to get to today's high, it'll be in a breakout. It won't just go up there and test it. It'll go up there and smash right through it in some sort of spike higher. But what's probably feeling more likely at this point is a rotation back to the POC. Let's look at those ticks. Okay. Yeah, the trend basically still intact. As long as the uptrend in the tick stays intact, it could push and break out. But pretty soon here, we'll start getting some more red ticks to the downside. Here it comes in the NASDAQ. So that'll be the pullback towards the POC. Find support once again in this node or when it gets to the 20 moving average. Weak L period high there. Okay. The trend in the ticks. Look at that. Barely held. So that increases the odds that we are going to get a breakout here. Perhaps to go up and test yesterday's high and maybe get into some of this volume up in here from the overnight 2 nights ago where the prominent POC is. All right, well, it's trying to build up that volume here above value to give it the legs to push higher. Uptrend in the ticks remains. Uh-oh. All right, now we're right on the bottom edge of that uptrend in the ticks. A red tick that breaks this means that this attempt to break out was a failure. Oh, we got a weak L period high here. Oh, there it is. It's starting to break that trend. Pullback a coming. The market remains rotational. Okay, so once again, the rotation back down targets the POC area or wherever it meets up with the 20 moving average. Bring in some more buyers. Take a stab at that spike in the M period. All right, well, 2 minutes to the M period. Let's start hitting the chat with some guesses as to where the market's going to end up today. Have we built up enough steam to finally succeed in that breakout? Did we get a spike higher in the M period? If so, does it get above yesterday's high? If not, do we sell off back down to the POC? What do you guys think is going to happen? Hit me with your guesses. All right, well, it appears we are getting a little bit of a spike here in the M period. Okay, so Pascal sees it going to 41.40. Great big spike. Design knob, 41.29.50, getting super specific. Technically 2 ticks above the high for yesterday. Good excess. I could see that. RK Leon is seeing back to the 20 moving average. A rotation back down. Makes sense. Uh-oh, somebody just did something. Thank you, Trade Bum, for the subscription. Welcome. Jonathan seeing 41.30. Another person seeing a push higher just above yesterday's high. He's not even here anymore. He's already gone. Goodbye, Jonathan. We'll see you tomorrow. Trading Donkey seeing a rotation back to the POC. Philip seeing the NQ higher. Brian seeing the whole future here. He's got us going higher for the day, higher for tomorrow. But then a bloody Monday. I don't think I see that. I think this was the blood. The pullback down to the 50 was the blood. If we hold, right? If come tomorrow we do have another either sideways day where we rotate in the same area, or we have a higher day, I think we're good. We needed a correction. We corrected. Now we can get back to it. Robert sees the selling resume tomorrow. It's always a possibility, right? The classic dead cat bounce day. They love to do those games. But of course, we'll have to just wait and see. We'll have to see what the overnight does with it tonight. As I discussed earlier, I think there might be a slight counter auction in the overnight because they are going to open up all long and want to take profits on their trade. But I think with fresh profits in their pockets, they're going to want to reinvest, and they'll probably do it on the long side. Okay, well, it just doesn't seem like they're really bringing in the buyers here at the highs. Looking at the volume here. Remember I said to get a good breakout, we got to build a bunch of volume above value. I need to find a way to get like a clock that counts down to the murder algos. That would be fun to see. A murder algo countdown clock. Any coders out there that can quickly whip together a website? Go for it. Okay, they're getting that push now. Doesn't seem like it's going to pull back. It seems like the drive will be higher. So once again, can they get above yesterday's high? If they can, where do they meet the resistance? Is it in the POC from overnight? Or do they have to go up as high as the POC from yesterday? 2 minutes to Murderbot. Run, blow their minds.exe. Arthur, are we more bullish or bearish today? What an interesting question. We, I assume, being the market. Certainly, we are more bullish than we were yesterday, today. We literally went straight up from the open. We got one tick below the opening price of the day, went straight up, balanced, had a liquidation break that found good support, and now we're breaking out, getting above yesterday's high, or trying to anyway. We're not there yet. Every single one of those things is bullish. But we can't forget that we're in a larger downtrend. The market on a longer term basis is still in a downtrend. So right now, if we trade value, not price, value is higher today. The blue shaded in part is higher today. So that tells us that it increases the odds the market will push higher tomorrow. So if that doesn't happen, that's the when what should happen doesn't signal, right? That maybe the larger downtrend on the longer term basis is still intact. Cue the murder bot. Okay, it looks like it wants to murder us to the downside. But of course, it's the murder bot, so it could do anything. It's murdering us down into value towards that 20 moving average, towards that POC. Yeah, Daniel, that's basically the correct answer. Um, there's a lot of different mechanisms in the market that are required to function a certain way. For example, ETFs, right? If you're BlackRock and you are in charge of the SPY ETF, right? And the value of SPY gets pushed up throughout the day, or the price of SPY gets pushed up, you have to actually go in and buy those underlying stocks. Um, and so a lot of that happens either in the last 10 minutes of the day or in the 15-minute runoff period right after the market closes. And so you've got all these machines all over the world that have to buy and sell different things for different reasons. Um, and so the mechanism, like, it's shock. I never really thought about it as being a specific time. I always thought about it as like it happens in the last half an hour of the day and the 15-minute runoff period. But somebody on this channel started pointing out that it happens right at the 10-minute mark before the market closes every day. And now it's like a joke, literally. Like we can see it coming every day. And then today, I literally watched my clock tick 50, and then boom, it went shh, and just started like grinding all over the place. So, yeah, it's real, but it's just all those different mechanisms rebalancing themselves essentially at the end of each day. All right, and then the M period pulled the POC higher, which is bullish. And it actually brought it to the perfect place. It was in a very strange location before. It was in that super low volume node that was left behind this morning I mentioned. So now it's pulled itself right back in line with the volume POC, making this a perfect bell-shaped curve day, indicating that the market chose to use today to balance off the excess from the move down. How we break out of this balance, either to the upside or the downside, that is yet to be determined. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the close. Oh, they pulled the POC down in the end period. Oh, what are they doing? Brought it right back down. Sons of bitches. But anyway, all right, so let's wait and see what the overnight market does with that. As I said, I do think we're going to get some kind of counter auction in the overnight where they pull back down, maybe down to the areas where the liquidation break went to. But then maybe they find support, and if so, they could push higher. So let's wait and see. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing you here tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks, everyone. Oh, only 66 likes today. If you could smash that like button on your way out, I'd mucho appreciate. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.